Wrapping up Group 4, Senior Pro and Masters, it's Mini Shifter Group 5 coming out next on the morning warm-up, followed by Junior, Senior, and Masters Shifter, and then it'll be Kid Kart getting it started with a 5-minute qualifying session. So 2 more groups, the Shifters on the warm-up, and then qualifying. Kart retrieval coming out. Mini Shifters on track for the morning warm-up. Junior Senior Master Shifter, final group up to the grid for your morning warm-up. Kid Card up to the grid for qualifying. Kid Cards up to the grid, B for qualifying. All right, wrapping up the junior shifters. It'll be the final group on the warm-up, or that was the mini shifters. It'll be junior, senior, and master shifter, the final group on the warm-up. Then kid carts up for qualifying. 5-minute qualifying sessions. Kid cards up for qualifying. Kid cards up for qualifying. Checkered flag out on the session. That's a final session for the warm-ups, as it'll be qualifying. Kid carts getting it started with qualifying. Shifters wrapping up the morning warm-up sessions. Time to go qualifying. Kid carts getting us started, followed by 206 cadets. 5-minute qualifying sessions. Taco truck is on the property here at Adams for round number 3, AMP4 cycle. As we get ready for qualifying, Kid Kart followed by 206 Cadet, then Junior 4 cycle, Senior Pro and Masters, Mini Shifter, and then Junior Senior Master Shifter. Heat races later on will be 8 laps. Mains will be 15. And, of course, a podium presentation as we hand out the hardware at the end of the race day. Just getting things started with the young guns of the sport, the next generation, the future racers, Kid Karts on track. Garrison Correa, the 13 machine. Quickest early on with a 1 minute point 3. Jacob Martis, 104.08. Shayenga Omadi with a 104.91. Sebastian Stickles, 107.50, the number 1 kart. Royce Bowie, the number 9 with a 119.34. Axel Hernandez, the number 96, 132.4. And the 88 of Ari Vandermoorn, 155.41. 206 cadets up to the grid for qualifying. 206 cadets up to the grid for qualifying. Korea, that number 13 car, the only one breaking 1 minute out there with a 59.64. Martis a 101.63 best. And Korea now goes 5.9.094. Leading the way in the number 13 car. .5875, just kept getting quicker lap times for Korea, the number 13 car. 1 minute .75 in the number 2 spot for Jacob Martis. In the number 5. As a checkered comes out on the qualifying session, first one of the day for the kid kart class, and it'll be 206 cadets coming out next for qualifying. All right, they'll get the track cleared and get the golf cart over on the other side of the racetrack. We'll bring out group number 2, qualifying 5-minute session. It'll be 206 cadets. Group 3, Junior 4-cycle up to the grid for qualifying. Junior 4-cycle, Group 3 up to the grid. All right, 206 cadets, healthy class. We'll have two groups of qualifying. So we'll bring out group one and then the second group for the 206 cadet qualifying. Cadet qualifying on track. This is group number one of two, cadet qualifying. Junior four cycle up to grid B. Junior four cycle up to grid B for qualifying. Cash Hornsby, the 61, with a 5.231 in the number one spot. Ayrton Plan, 5.262. And Mello with a 5.3.33. Gomez a 5.434. Very tight in that first group of qualifying for the cadets. Plan with a 5.186, quick lap time for the cadets in cart number 11. 8 of them coming out in the first group. They split them up for qualifying. With a full field of heat racing and mains in this class a little bit later on in the day. Supposed to get up close to about 80 degrees. High 70s out here at Adams today. Cash Hornsby, the 61, just keeps getting quicker. 5.153 to lead the way. Plan right there with a 5.160. Gomez goes up to P3 with a 5.3.164 lap time. 5-minute qualifying sessions. Group number 1 of 2 for the 206 cadet class. Junior 4 cycles coming out next. Plan with a 5:138 best lap time. Now in the number 1 spot in cart number 11, Hornsby Gomez. Are 2 and 3. Plan ends up in the number 1 spot with a 5:1.11 over Hornsby with a 5:122. In that first group of cadet qualifiers. Second group coming out for qualifying the cadet class 5-minute session. 7 of them on track in this group. We need Group 3 Junior 4 cycle up to the grid for qualifying. Group 3 Junior 4 cycle to the grid. 9 of them out on track now for the 5-minute session in this second group of cadet qualifying. Round number 3, A&P 4-cycle league, the Mary track. Going opposite direction at Adams Motorsports Park. .5119 for Chase Rittering, the 256. Right off the grid, a 5.132 for Monroy. And Terosian, the 93 machine, with a 5.150 early on in the session. Rittering now a 4.990, leading both of the groups. Terosian a 5.026, the 63. Monroy, the number 1, with a 5.031. And now Leah Terosian goes up to P2 with a 4.990. With Eva Terosian going to P1. The 63 kart with a 49.86. Rittering to P2 in the 256. Leah Terosian the 93. So Terosians are first and third quickest on the racetrack. Now Rittering gets P1 back with a 4.955. Time running out on the session for that second group of cadet qualifiers. Leah Terosian back to P1, a 49.43. In the 93. Junior four-cycle up next. Junior four-cycle qualifying up next. .49.66, Leah Terosian, the 93 kart, trying to hold on to the P1 position. .49.43 for Leah Terosian over Rittering and Eva Terosian. As the checkered comes out on the session, 49.43. Laying down the quick lap of the cadet groups. As it'll be junior four-cycle qualifying session coming out next. All right, waiting for cart retrieval to get cleared on the racetrack, and we'll resume our qualifying sessions. Junior 4 cycle getting ready to come out, 5-minute sessions, followed by Senior Pro and Masters. Group number 4 up to Grid B for qualifying. Remember, the taco truck is on the property. Go pay him a visit, get some trackside munchies and a cold beverage, and enjoy round number 3, A&P 4 Cycle League. Junior qualifying on racetrack. Senior Pro and Master up to the grid for qualifying, with Brandon Chu leading the way. Chu with a 47.21, cart number 21. Maddie Dragan, the 24, with a 47.47. And Matty Dragon now 4.709, cart 24 to the top spot. How about the number 4, Xavier Gonzalez, with a 4.715. And now a 4.695 for the top spot. The number 4 cart. Time running out on the session. Checkered is out. Nice by Xavier Gonzalez, the cart number 4, with that 46.95. Brandon Chu right there with a 46.97. And Matty Dragon with a 4.703. Four, 6.80 now. Dragon with a late run, and Matty Dragon shown late lap with P1. We'll see if it stands. So Dragon, Gonzalez, and Brandon Chu, the 3 quickest carts in the session. Very competitive qualifying session for the Junior 4 cycles. And it'll be Senior Pro and Masters Group 4 coming out for a 5-minute qualifying session up next, followed by the Mini Shifters and the Junior Senior Master Shifters. Mini shifters to the grid. Mini shifters to the grid for qualifying. The Truth, Truly Adams leading the way with a 4.804. Running Senior Pro and Masters. Over Nick Chernock. Chernock, the number 92, Adams cart number 3. And then James Sullivan. Sullivan going to the top spot. How about the 71 of Sullivan? 4.775. Sullivan over Adams and Chernock. Checkered flag out on the session. With Sullivan getting the top spot, a 4.775 over Adams, 4.776. Some very close qualifying action this morning. So wrapping up a Senior Pro and Masters. Doesn't get much closer than that. Sullivan edging out Adams for the bragging rights in the P1 spot. Mini Shifter coming out next, Group 5, followed by the final group, Group 6, Junior Senior Masters Shifter qualifying before the heat races. Just two of the mini shifters coming out to qualify. 45.99 for Anakin Daño, or Anakin Hernandez. We'll get it right. And of course, Leyland Daño out there, mini shifter. Number 909 with a 4.574. Anakin with a 4.617 in cart number 1. With the Junior Senior Master Shifters, our final qualifiers up next. Live timing, of course, throughout the race day on our Alpha timing, so you don't miss a single lap of a single race all day. Just two of them coming out in the mini shifter, a new class this year. The American-made factory karts. Of course, five-time champ Fro Show Billy Musgrave behind the operation. As time running out on the mini shifter qualifying session, just getting the race day started. Drivers meeting, getting the race day started, of course, just getting up to about 78 degrees today in Riverside, California. The AMP 4-Cycle League, round number 3. "12 turns, 7/10 of a mile, the Mary layout, running the opposite direction, giving these drivers, both young and old, a little challenge than what they're normally used to out here at Adams. Of course, they've been running at this track since the 1950s, run by the world-famous Adams family. And, of course, YouTube on the Adams Motorsports Park channel to catch all the action. If you can't be here at the track, like my buddy D.D. James, he's watching up in Reno. As Hernandez will put the number 1 in P1. Nice run by Anakin Hernandez with a 45.69. Last lap around, slowing it down. The best lap is a 44.83 for the number 1 spot. 45.06 for Leyland Daño, the 909 machine. Mini FZ65 shifters, the little baby rocket ships. As we'll bring out the fast guys. Group number 6, Junior FZ85, Senior 125, Master 125 shifter. So waiting for the track to be cleared, and we'll bring out that final group. Group 6 on the day, shifters. 8-lap heat races coming at you still in round number 3. And, of course, the mains later on after the lunch break. We'll go 15 laps for the bragging rights and the round 3 winners. Of course, our podium presentation will be at the end of the race day as we'll hand out the hardware to today's winners. Final group on racetrack, and that's our shifters. Good turnout as we have 11 of them, with some of these drivers doing double duty on the race day, entering multi-classes. here in round number 3. 125 moto shifter and the FZ85 shifter qualifying on track. With Julian Villery getting the early bragging rights, gets out there in the P1 early with a 44.90 lap time. These will be the fastest karts on the track all day. Villery over Cole Gaddis, the 424. And now Roe Luckenbill goes to P1 in kart number 331. And now it's Larry Hernandez in the number 7. They're trading off P1 lap after lap. A 42.67 lap time. And Hernandez has got the number 7 in P1, but now Truly Adams, son of Troy Adams, Truly, the 187, goes 41.38. And there's still plenty of time left in a 5-minute qualifying session. Adams in the top spot. Adams in the top spot, the 187 kart with a 4.082. He's knocking on the door of a 39-second lap time. The only one to break 41 seconds is Adams. Of course, growing up at his home track, he's got the most lap times here of any other driver in the field. And it would be tough to bet against Adams this afternoon. Quinones, the 305 in P2, Luis Quinones. And Cole Gaddis, the 424 is P3. Matthew McCoy just moved up to P4 in kart number 2. But it is all Adams with a 4.082 lap time, and they're running out of time if they're going to catch them here in the final qualifying session of the morning. McCoy moves up to P2. If anybody could take down Adams, it'd be McCoy. Just got back from Vegas running the Pro Tour up at the new Spring Valley track. 4.114 for McCoy, a 4.06 now. 4.06 now for Adams. Time almost up on a 5-minute qualifying session. Adams looking to get the top spot and start on pole in the heat race. The finishing order of the heat race will determine the starting order for the mains later on this afternoon. And Adams just goes 4.058. It's a track record. 4.058 in the shifters, a new track record. McCoy answers back with a 4.099, the only other driver to break 41 seconds. Not enough to get by Adams for number 1 qualifier as a checkered flag is out on the session. Adams getting it done, a 4:05.8. All right, we are a little bit ahead of schedule. Scheduled to start our heat races at 11 a.m. Race officials have just informed me we'll start at 10:50. 10:50. So that's 10 minutes ahead of the printed schedule that shows 11 a.m. So we'll get kid carts up just about 8 minutes, and we'll start our 8-lap heat races. Once again, we'll start kid carts 10:50, 8 minutes from now. Instead of 11 a.m., we'll start at 10:50. I'll be calling kid carts up. Second group will be 206 cadets. Third group, junior 4-cycle. Group 4, senior pro and masters. Group 5, the mini shifters. And group 6, junior, senior, master shifter. Kid carts up to the grid. We're going to get started with the heat races in 8 minutes. Kid carts up to the grid. Kid carts up to the grid. Going to start the heat races. A few minutes early, 11 o'clock on the printed schedules. We're going to start it at 10:50. Just a couple minutes away. We're going racing after the morning is spent with the drivers meeting to get it started, followed by the 5-minute warm-ups. Give these drivers a chance to get a feel for the racetrack. Many of them not running this opposite direction course layout for round number 3 called the Mary layout. Of course, they name all the different track configurations off a member of the Adams family. 206 cadets will be group number 2. Both of you should be getting ready. Kid carts up at the grid. Going to be 8 laps for the heat races, 15 laps for the mains. Later on after the lunch break. Remember, the taco truck is on the property. Go get yourself some munchies, a cold beverage, and enjoy some AMP 4-cycle league racing. 4 cycles, and then, of course, the 2 shifter classes. And want to remind everybody to get up there and sign up for April 27th, Santa Maria Kart Track. Beautiful area up there, awesome racetrack. And, of course, the world-famous Santa Maria Tri-Tip. So go make sure you sign up April 27th for the Santa Maria race. All right, the kid karts up on the grid, ready to get things started here. Heat races going 8 laps. On a beautiful Southern California race day here for round number 3 at the world famous Adams Motorsports Park, where heroes are born. Here's some of our future champions on track, just taking the green. Going the opposite way at Adams. Let's see how the young drivers handle it. Back under the palm trees, through the S's, now through the bus stop, and now through that short straightaway called the Arrive and Drive. That's when they used to have the Arrive and Drive carts here. Into the first of 2 bank turns. That's the smaller banking called Little Monza. Now the short chute straightaway down the middle portion of the racetrack into a tricky off-camber right-hander next to the sandbox. And run the S's up through that middle section of the racetrack. Once again, going the opposite way at Adams on lap number 1 as the field starts to spread out. The young guns of the sport, the next generation of future racers. Who knows, you might see these guys at F1, IndyCar, NASCAR, or they might like to play in the dirt. Seen a couple of those karts going off track and off-roading today. Some of these guys going on for a career off-roading. Pro 1, Pro 2, Pro 4. Little Baja 500, you never know. Had a good qualifying session. Going to lead on lap number 1 is Garrison Correa. Kart number 13 going to have the early advantage and lead on lap number 1. Jacob Mardic right there. A regular on the series here. Jacob off to a good start in kart number 5. One end of the wall at a Little Monza. That's enough to bring out the yellows. 2 karts have spun. The second kart tried to stay out of the way. Now 3 have spun, and we finally get one by without incident. Good thinking by our track official to wave the yellows and go do a little housekeeping out there at a Little Monza. Correa leads the way. Over the 5 of Jacob Martis. And Sebastian Stickles in kart number 1, top 3. Shianga Omani in kart number 64 in the 4 spot. And drops 2 as Anakin Hernandez moving up. Kid kart heat races, just getting things started for an 8-lapper. Correa still out on the lead with 7 of them taking the green. And one of them is retired off onto the infield. Make sure our driver's okay first and foremost. And now another one into the wall at a Little Monza. Make sure our young driver's okay. First time out here can be tricky for some of these drivers. And now 2 of them will be parallel parked onto the infield, and they'll stand out of the karts and watch the rest of this one. Correa still out front after the great hole shot start advantage by the 13 of Garrison Correa. 206 cadets up on the grid, getting ready to go for their 8-lap heat race. 206 cadets up to the grid. 15 laps later on for the mains. The kid karts will go 12. As the mains will get started a little bit later on after a short lunch break. Both drivers appear to be okay. Pretty good contact into that wall. We figured that'd be a tricky spot on the racetrack as they come out of the Little Monza bank turn. Correa and Jacob Martis have gone 1-2 in this one. Actually 1, 2, and 3 with Stickles in kart number 1. Just past the halfway point in this one. 206 cadets on the grid, followed by junior 4 cycle. Group number 3 getting ready for their 8-lap heat race. Racing at the home track, Adams Motorsports Park, but venturing out this year in 2025 is April 27th weekend at Santa Maria Kart Track. Hopefully all these drivers will be making the trek up the coast. And of course, also going to have a race at Buttonwillow coming up. Make sure you check the schedule on the website. Adams Motorsports Park. And the kid karts once again having more trouble, and they're keeping that track worker over there in the little Monza left-hand corner real busy. He is earning his pay this afternoon. Keeping him on his toes. Korea looking to get a kid kart heat race win here. Kart number 13. As they get the 2 laps to go sign. Korea making his way around and be looking for the white flag, signaling 1 lap to go. Work isn't over yet. 12 laps left for the main later on in this afternoon to pull off the heat race and main double. Still a little early for that one, but you know he's got to be thinking about it. A good run here by Korea. And it's up to a 15-second advantage. Is the gap between first and second, and about the same between second and third. So they've really spread out now in the latter stages of this one for the kid karts. White flag is out, final lap in this one. Korea, Martis, and Stickles, followed by Bowie running 4th. Axel Hernandez, the 96, running in the 5 spot. And then, of course, Vandermoren and Thimbashiyanga Omani having the earlier issues. They'll be back to try for some redemption in the main later on this afternoon. And the first checkered of the cadet heat race. Ready to go up on the grid as Korea gets that checkered. Martis in the number 2 spot, Stickles 3rd. No change in that top 3. Good run by Korea. Cadets on the grid getting ready to come out next 8 laps when we return. Off grid and onto the track, going the opposite way at Adams Motorsports Park. Heat races underway with the 206 cadets on racetrack. Junior four cycle, this is your call to the starting grid. Junior four cycle to the grid. A full field of 206 cadets on the racetrack. With Cash Hornsby, the 61. Had a great qualifying effort. They'll slow everybody down, get them side by side. This will be about the slowest you've seen them going since they were standing around at the drivers' meeting this morning. Approaching Big Monza, the second of the two bank turns. Still got a straggler well behind the field. Not sure if he's going to join the party, and they're going to send him back around. They'll bring him back around one more time. Give them their money's worth. A little extra track time. Yellows will stay out. So Terosian, the 93, Leah Terosian, Benjamin Monroy, the number 1, 63, Eva Terosian. Both Terosians had some great qualifying. Going 1 and 3. Then Korea, the 81. Ezra Medina, the 19 machine, 909, is Leyland Danyo. With Emma Peters, the 271. Row 4 is Gomez and Plan, the 44 and the 11. Row 5 is Henksler, the 37. And Valengin, cart number 41, as they approach the stripe. Again, at a Big Monza looking for the green flag. And no, the yellows will stay out. Something not right with the starting order. They'll bring him back around one more time. Lucas Freitas Mello, the 65, 15 is Christian Dingzen. Alan Brown, the 273. There's Cash Hornsby, the 61. They found him. Back in row number 7. And in the final row, row 8 in the back, is those two drivers, Brown, the 273, and the 61 of Hornsby, and there it is, Anakin Hernandez, the 88, in the back of the field. Once again, slowing them down side by side. Got one more to join the field. They're still trying to get them in the proper position, and now they're just going to hold them up with the red flag coming out. Make sure everybody's in the right starting position before we start this heat race. With a full field like this, things can get a little confusing, so it'll keep these track officials and our scoring official hard at work. 8 laps for the heat race. So they're having a quick drivers meeting with the cadets as it's a full field, making sure we're in the right starting order and they know what to do as they come out of Big Monza and look for that green flag. Once again, things can be getting a little confusing. A lot of these drivers have never gone opposite direction at Adams, and they are today. Like to remind everybody once again, April 27th, you can sign up today, registration, get that out of the way, Santa Maria Kart Track. So just a slight hold up with the 206 cadets down there on the middle portion of the racetrack. And we'll look to get this thing started with Junior 4 cycle. Group 3 will be the next heat race, making their way up to the grid, Junior 4 cycle. Alpha timing for all the live timing throughout the day. And of course, at the end of the races, as soon as all the results are official, make sure you stick around, join us for the podium presentation. Watch your favorite driver collect the hardware. Here in round number 3, AMP 4 Cycle League, SoCal Sprinters. All right, the engines come back to life. Just a quick little drivers meeting with these guys on the starting process. And also making sure they're in the right starting order after qualifying. Obviously could have a huge impact on the 2025 points championships. So every point is important. So it looks like now they've fired them back up. And we'll look for a restart. Maybe third time's a charm. Green flag racing. They come out of Big Monza. They like the setup. Starter goes green. Looking good side by side in that tricky left-hander. Could be a lot of action right in this part of the racetrack. And the full field makes it through turn number 1 on lap number 1 into the bus stop. And the 93 out front got the best start of all of them. A great qualifying effort by Leah Tarosian. And the 93 out front, both Tarosians are right there. They had a great qualifying session. Leah and Eva, the 93 and the 63. As the field starts to settle down into single file formation up into that middle portion of the racetrack, into the big bank left-hand turn, Big Monza. Good opportunity to go low and try to get past a driver for a position on the racetrack if they go to the middle or up high. It'll actually turn into maybe 3 different racing lines. First 2 looking to check out a little bit here from the rest of the field. A group of 2 karts and then a gap back to 2 more. So Tarosian and now Benjamin Monroy, the number 1, breaks up the party of 2 with the Tarosians. And then it's Ezra Medina in the 19 and Jamison Correa in kart number 81 into the top 5. Leah Tarosian, the early leader. With Junior 4Cycle up to the grid. Junior 4Cycle, your 8-lap heat race up next. Flying down that long straightaway at Adams into the left-hander, through the S's underneath the palm trees. And then under the pepper tree, the left-hander through the sweeper into the bus stop. And Tarosian not making any mistakes out there, taking it through Little Monza. And about a 5 or 6 kart length advantage. Less than 1 second on the racetrack is the advantage for the leader over second place. Benjamin Monroy, kart number 1. Then Eva Tarosian, Ezra Medina. Correa still running top 5. Leyland Dagno, the 909 into 6th. 7th is Emma Peters, the 271. 8th is Ayrton Plan, kart number 11. Then Cash Hornsby has moved up to 9th. With Jer Hinksler, the 37, into the top 10. As they approach the halfway point in this one, an 8-lap heat race. Good battle behind the leaders, as there's 7 karts battling it out for position on the racetrack. Leaders have just checked out from the rest of the field. Leah Tarosian and Benjamin Monroy. 93 over the 1. It's Medina, the 19, continues to run third. Just past the halfway point. Yellow comes out as 1 spins out of Little Monza. I'll probably be saying that a lot today. Driver's okay, we'll get you a kart number. So that was the 273 having the issues at Little Monza. Tough break for Alan Brown. And hopefully good enough and okay to make the start of the main later on after the lunch break. Tarosian still out front, the 93. Monroy and Medina. Dagno, the 909. Up into the top 5, Correa to 5th. And Eva Tarosian has fell back to 6th spot now with 3 laps to go. Was running up in 3rd, was 2nd early on in the race. So definitely going the wrong direction here in the final stages of this one. It'll be 2 laps to go and they cross the stripe and the leaders get the sign. Double popsicle sticks in the air, the rolled up flags, 2 laps to go. White flag is out. What a job by Tarosian after the qualifying effort early on. Monroy has battled in the number 2 spot. Benjamin's run a great race. Daniel moving up a position. Runs in third. This should set things up for a very exciting main later on when they go 15 laps for the round 3 championship. Junior 4 cycles up on the grid, ready to go with their heat race. Cadets getting the checkered. Leah Tarosian getting the win. Cart number 93. Monroy hangs on for the number 2 spot. Just a half second behind. Then Leyland Daniel for third. Medina for fourth. And Korea into the top 5. Clearing the track, 206 cadets. They'll be back a little bit later on after the lunch break for their 15-lap main. It'll be Junior 4 cycle up next, 8-lap heat race. After that, Group 4, Senior, Pro, and Master up to Grid B. Then the shifters, Mini FZ65 and the Junior FZ85, Senior 125, and the Master 125 shifters. One cart retrieval on the racetrack. As we're just about 30 seconds away and we'll wave them off the grid. It'll be Junior 4 cycle. The third of 6 racing classes on the afternoon here in round number 3 at Adams. If you get a chance when you're here at Adams throughout the day, go up and take a little cruise through the pro shop. They got some cool pictures of karting throughout the decades over the years here at Adams. Also have some karts in there, kid karts all the way up to shifters if you're interested in getting involved in racing. Warning, it's a very addicting sport. But you can definitely get started here at Adams by buying a used kart or a new kart and come out and come racing with us. Junior 4 cycle off the grid and onto the racetrack here at Adams for an 8-lap heat race. Junior 4 cycle with Matty Dragan, the 24, number 1 qualifier up front. With Xavier Gonzalez alongside in cart number 4. Brandon Chu, the 21 in row 2. With Joseph Guthrie, the 850 machine. Row 3 is Jet Hingsler, the 9. Gotta love the name, good racing name. And John McClellan in cart number 28. No start, no start. So all the yellows come out full course. Let them know to keep it slow and bring it back around. We'll try the second attempt at the start. With row number 4, Roxy Reinl in cart number 51. Alongside will be Mercy Hernandez in cart number 17. And in the back, Daniel Bion, the 3. And that's Elijah Ariano in cart number 88. Row 5 in the back. So 10 of them scheduled to take the green in an 8-lap heat race, bringing them back around nice and slow. When they come out of Big Monza right here, the big left-hand bank turn, we will look for the green. Second try, Junior 4 cycle, heat race, 8 laps. Here we go. Green flag racing. Good start, getting a little help and pushing is the orange helmet down on the lead and gonna dive down from the outside to the hole shot. Wow, a risky move into that first turn. And cart number 4 of Gonzalez gets the hole shot. Xavier Gonzalez over Matty Dragan early on. Into that tricky right-hander next to the sandbox. Now has the advantage down on the inside. And the second leader of lap number 1, Dragan right there. Brandon Chu, card number 21 right there, looking for more. And about the exciting as it can get on lap number 1 in this one. A bold move into that first turn. You can definitely lose a race in turn number 1. As it'll be Matty Dragan, the 24, getting it back out on the lead. Brandon Chu up into second. A nice move by Chu. Gonzalez back to third. John McClellan in fourth in cart number 28. And that's got through the 850 into the top 5. Some fast carts up in the top 5 there is Matty Dragan looking to get it done, the number 1 qualifier. Looking to double up here and grab a heat race win. And of course go for the Adams trifecta and try to win the main later, but still work to be done here. Chu, the bright orange helmet. Battling with Gonzalez and Dragan. Those 3 are quickest and they're looking to check out from the rest. So Chu up into second, Gonzalez in the 3 spot. Then a gap back to McClellan and Guthrie, the 28 and the 850. Two laps in on this one. A 3-cart race up on the lead into Big Monza once again. Bumper to bumper with those top 3. You could cover them with a blanket down through the S's. And then the left-hand sweeper setting it up into the bus stop. Right by the announcer's tower in the Little Monza. We got a good view of Matty Dragan. Takes a look over his right shoulder to find out where those other 2 are, and they are right behind him. Matty Dragan, Brandon Chu, and Xavier Gonzalez. The 24, the 21, and the 4 machines are your top 3 out on the front end. With Group 4, Senior Pro and Master to the starting grid. Your 8-lap heat race is up next. Group 4, Senior Pro and Masters to the grid. Chu doing a great job keeping the leader in his sights, but Matty Dragon's just too tough. Out on the lead, comes out of Little Monza. Once again, takes her look over his right shoulder. Oh, a little bobble out of the right-hander. That allows Chu to take a big bite out of that lead. And two of them getting tangled up at a Little Monza. Boy, that wall is taking them out today. And the driver might be a little banged up there. We'll wait and see what they say. And officials are calling for him to exit the karts and get over safely onto the infield. Keeping that track worker really busy here. That kart's still in the middle. They got to get the yellows out, the local yellow in that turn. And our track official only has two hands here. He's doing the work of two men. Might have to get him some help over here. A big wind gust comes up and stirs up the easy ups on the pit area. Make sure you tie down those easy ups, everybody. Both drivers appear to be okay, and they'll get some extra assistance hustling down to help out. Both karts onto the infield as well. Meanwhile, racing continues into turn one. The left-hander, the leaders. Much closer now with Dragon and Brandon Chu. Then it's a gap back to Gonzalez, so Gonzalez is farther back now. Turning this one into a two-kart race with 2 laps to go. Matty Dragon over Brandon Chu. Third is Gonzalez. The 24 and the 21 of Chu going to fight this one out. As the EMT going to check out our drivers on the infield. So Jet Hingstler, the 9, and Mercy Hernandez, 17, I believe, will get checked out by the EMT, with Dragon leading Chu and Gonzalez. No change up front. Brandon Chu is pulling out every trick in the book to try to catch the leader, and he's still right there on the back bumper. White flag, final lap, and the checkered. As Dragon has the issue coming out of the final turn. Don't blink, you might miss it. Brandon Chu was close, got the win. We'll see if the official results hang up. So it's Chu, the 21. All kinds of action on that final lap of the spin by the leader. So Dragon goes from first to third. Gonzalez moves up to second behind Brandon Chu. John McClellan, the 28, for fourth. And Elijah Ariano up into the top 5. What a finish. Chu over Gonzalez and Dragon. That'll set things up for an interesting main later on this afternoon for the Junior 4 cycles. Cleaning up the racetrack a little bit for a slight delay as Senior Pro and Masters group number 4 of 6 on the race day. Get ready for an 8-lap heat race. Mini FZ65 shifter up to the grid. And then, of course, wrapping up the heat races, Junior FZ85, Senior 125, and Master 125 shifter. Senior Pro and Masters, so running both the Pro and the Masters together. So there'll be an overall, and of course, we'll break them up, let you know who's winning in each class. Alpha timing for all the live timing on today's racing action. Of course, age and weight making up the difference between a senior driver and a Masters driver. So a full field here of 15 of them total. James Sullivan, the 71, going to lead them all just alongside the 487 of Evan Gabato. Then it's Dominic Goncharco, the 67 machine. Ryan Gabato, the 25. Alongside Goncharco. Then Alexandro Vielmo, the 555. Row number 3 with Stephen Hogger, my neighbor out there at Canyon Lake. Drives with his son. Of course, Hank, his kid, running another class, but they get to come out here and go racing together. Karting definitely a family affair. As a full field comes out of Big Monza, we'll look for the green flag and get to the rest of those kart numbers. We're racing. Taking them a minute to get up to speed as they'll come up to speed into turn number 1. And once again, they saw how the cadets do it, a full field, making their way through without incident. Turn number 1 on lap number 1. Now through the bus stop. The 71 of James Sullivan gets the whole shot advantage and the lead. Everybody making it through Little Monza as well, up that center portion, middle portion of the racetrack. And out of Big Monza on lap number 1. And leading lap number 1 is Sullivan. Gabato, Evan Gabato, the 487 in the number 2 spot. Then Goncharco and Ryan Gabato. With Vielma rounding out the top 5 early on in this one. Lap number 2, Hogger. The 812 runs 6th overall, but leads the way in the Masters class. Top 5 are all seniors. Mini FZ65 shifter to the grid, please. Mini FZ65 shifter. Race group 5 to the grid, please. Behind Hogger, you've got Kenton Young, the 333. Jacob Reese, the 777. Truly Adams is marching through the field, the number 3. He's driving double duty today in multi-classes, and watch out for Truly. Already running 9th. And then Kyle Manning, the 107, is 10th. The 7 of Adam Tahan is in the 11th spot. 12 is Giancarlo Cotto. Kamari Calhoun, the 225, is 13th. Nick Chernock, the 92, is 14th. And Hank Hogger, the 81, having the issues. So Hank and his dad actually driving the same class today in the senior and pro master class. Teammates on that Native Racing team. Sullivan gonna try to take him the distance and lead from flag to flag, wire to wire. Leads Goncharco in the number 67, and in third, that's Evan Gabato, the 487 cart. Truly Adams is up 4 spots and he runs 5th. Watch out for the number 3 of Adams, his home track. With 4 to go, just to halfway, 4 laps to go in this one. Final 2 heat races after this will be the shifters and then the short lunch break, then the mains of round number 3. On a beautiful sunny Southern California day, things are warming up. We might just see 80 degrees by the time the mains come around. Time running out in an 8-lap heat race. Sullivan looking to get it done. Pulled off the late quick lap to get the number 1 qualifier. Goncharco running a strong second. First 6 now are seniors as Adams is running 4th in number 3. So only 3 more with 3 laps to go. Adams trying to pick them off. Stephen Hogger still leading the way in the Masters over Reese and Chernock. Reese the 777, Chernock the 92 cart. As the field gets the 2 to go sign, 2 laps to go in this one. And Evan Gabato made the move, 487 to the front over Sullivan. The first time Sullivan has not been out on the lead, and now he might lose second and does. Into that right-hander, he fights back and crosses him over and holds on to second. Gabato, Sullivan, and truly Adams. That's Adams coming up alongside Sullivan. The leaders out of Big Monza, Adams trying to help Sullivan and push him down the racetrack, work together to try to reel in the leader, and they do. Working that 2-cart draft. Adams is done helping, now going to try to get past these guys. At a little Monza. Adams will again push Sullivan down that short straightaway. Now taking a look on the outside. Trying to set him up. Can't make it happen. Now that short center section of the racetrack, it looks like Adams gets by. Adams in second. Now only has 1 more to go. The leader's asking for help by tapping on his helmet. I don't think Adams wants to help. And now Adams goes to the lead. All kinds of action in Little and Big Monza this afternoon. Adams, Sullivan, and Goncharco. What another thrilling finish here at Adams Motorsports Park. As Adams makes the move on the final turn, Sullivan for second, Goncharco third. A great run by Kenton Young, the 3:33. Young finishes fourth. Fifth is Evan Gabato. Hogger takes the Masters heat race win. Nice run by Stephen Hogger. Still clearing the racetrack, and another exciting, thrilling race. Getting your money's worth today out here in round number 3 at Adams. Also a good run by Hank Hogger, running all the way up into 10th, cart number 81, and ended up just 2 spots behind his dad, Stephen Hogger. So good to see those guys out here racing with us as we get ready for the shifters, mixing it up a little bit. Mini FZ65 shifter out next, followed by Junior FZ85, Senior 125, and Master 125 shifters. Final 2 heat races before the lunch break. Shifters on the racetrack. Just two of them coming out to play in our mini FZ65 class. Junior FZ85, Senior 125, and Master 125. Shifter to the grid. You'll be the final heat race before the short lunch break. And the standing start for the shifters. Always exciting, these young drivers getting the feel of what it's like in the shifter cart to move up through the ranks, and it's a good start. We're racing with an 8-lap heat race. And both carts looking good. The factory American-made carts. 5-time champ Billy Musgrave, of course, behind the American-made machine. The 909 of Leyland Daño and the 1 Anakin Hernandez are mini shifters. Looking to hopefully see some more of the young gun shifters out here in the future. One of the new classes on the AMP 4-cycle league schedule this year. Round number 3 at Adams. Daño laying down the 47-second lap time early on in this one. Just to give you an idea of what the shifters run in the mini class over the rest of the field in the 4 cycles, big differences. And for just 2 of them, the shifters are keeping this one pretty close. Daño and Hernandez. And it's under a 1 second, the difference between first and second. Just a couple laps into this one. As the shifters out there hitting the bumping that bus stop on the exit of bus stop was the leader. Boy, it really disrupted that cart and had his hands full. Daño, the 909. And the 1 Anakin Hernandez. So Hernandez able to make up a little ground there. At a Big Monza. And at the fastest point of the racetrack, down the long straightaway here at Adams, it's a 1 second advantage for the leader. So the 2 shifters keeping this one pretty close as they're just past the halfway point of an 8-lap heat race. With Group 6 shifters, the final heat race up next. Junior, Senior, Master shifter to the grid. Final heat race before the lunch break. Still the same, just under 1 second is the advantage for Daño. And Anakin Hernandez. As there'll be 2 to go when they cross the start-finish line. Taking it through the sweeper now as the white flag will be coming out next for the leader, Daniel. White flag, 1 to go in this one. Final lap for the mini shifters. It's about as close as it's been since they got the green. Going to keep this one interesting. Actually has the 733 on the side of those, so both our numbers are messed up through scoring. We'll get that fixed for the mains. Nicely done, as it will be Daniel getting the mini shifter win. And a good race for those two shifters going out there. They'll be back later on for their 15-lap mains. We get to see the mini shifters one more time. It'll be junior, senior, and master shifter final heat race coming at you next. Bringing out the shifters. Final heat race before the lunch break, and then the mains are all that's left in round number 3 later on. Junior FZ85 running with Senior 125 and Master 125 shifters. The fastest karts on the property this afternoon in round number 3. Julie Adams, the 187, doing the double duty. Matt McCoy, the number 2, alongside. Row number 2 will be Luis Canones, the 305. Cole Gaddis alongside him in the 424 machine. Row 3's Larry Hernandez in cart number 7. And Julian Villery, the 395. Row 4, Matthew Reinl, the 577. And Brandon Chu, the 521. Chu, another one doing multiple driving duties today in multiple classes. Row 5 is Betty Schmidt, the 523. John McClellan, the 128. And in the back row, Luckenbill, the 331 cart. Shifters at the line, ready to go. Standing start. Adams looking to get a big start here. 8-lap heat race. McCoy going to try to hole shot him. Or if he can't do that, definitely not let him get too far out of his sights too early. Adams could check out. Here we go. Visors down. We're ready. Racing. Green flag. A good start for the field into turn number 1. Looks like Adams got the best of McCoy. McCoy will tuck into second right behind him. Through the sweeper and now the bus stop. It's all Adams. So a good start on lap number 1. Adams with about a 5 kart length advantage already over McCoy. John McClellan, the 128. So Adams, the 347. He's shown as the 187. So a couple of these numbers aren't right with scoring. We'll get that straight at the lunch break. McCoy, the number 2. 305 is Canones. Adams, McCoy, and Canones. Canones 305, 395 of Villery up 1 in this one. And Adams laying down the quick lap, going purple with a 41-41. Already McCoy has his hands full, trying to keep Adams close. He's still about 4 kart lengths off early on in this one. Out of Big Monza. Flying down the long straightaway here at Adams. The flags are starting to move around a little bit in the breeze. .4099. Adams just keeps going quicker. Here at his home track. In the final race before the lunch break, we'll be back at it after lunch with Kid Karts getting us started with a 12-lap main. Everybody else will go 15 laps for the mains. At the halfway point of this one, it'll be 4 to go. And it's still McCoy trying to chase down the leader, Truly Adams, the truth. That's about as close as McCoy's been all race, and he is right up about 2 kart lengths behind the leader. And there'll be 3 laps to go, so McCoy can get it done, try to get a heat race win here over Adams. And Adams knows he's right behind him. 3 to go in this one. Down to 2 laps to go for the truth. Truly Adams trying to get another heat race win at his home track. Matthew McCoy is doing everything he can, but just can't make up the difference. A 4:08.12 is the fast race, so McCoy has got the kart to do it. And he has time to go change the tune-up a little and make the necessary adjustments to try to get by Adams in the main later on, as it'll be the last race of the day. Final lap in this one, the final heat race with the white flag coming out. And Adams with a good-sized lead here on the final lap. McCoy has something to go off of, though, laying down the quick lap time of the race. And Adams will come out of Big Monza with the checkered flag and the heat race win. McCoy for second. And Canona is going to try to hang on for third in the heat race. Then it's Gaddis for fourth, and up into fifth is Villery. As the rest of the field across the stripe. We'll be back after the lunch break for the mains. All right, once again, wrapping up the heat races. As soon as race officials make the decision, I'll go ahead and announce when we will start the mains. And enjoy the lunch break as the taco truck is here on the facility. We'll be down for a little while, and I will announce when we will resume racing here after the short lunch break. We'll be back for the mains. All right, we hope you're all enjoying the lunch break. We're looking at a 10-minute call to get started again at 1 o'clock. 10-minute call for kid karts. Looking to get started again at 1 o'clock. All right, we'll get our track officials and flaggers back into positions on the racetrack and have our national anthem here coming up in just a few minutes, and we'll get kid carts up to the grid. All right, hope you enjoyed the lunch break as we get ready to go racing. Kid carts down there on the grid getting ready to go. At this time, we'd like to thank all of our first responders and, of course, all of our United States military, both past and present, for all that you do so we can come out here and do this, what we enjoy at the racetrack. We'd like to ask everyone to please rise, remove your hats, and join us in the singing of our national anthem. Only in America, and today only at round 3, Adams Motorsports Park. It is time to go racing in the mains. Kid carts will get us started, followed by 206 cadets, junior 4-cycle, senior pro and masters, mini shifter, and junior senior master shifters. 6 mains coming at you. Kid carts going 12 laps. Everybody else going 15. All right, getting all our officials and track workers back into position as we get the kid carts ready as well. 206 Cadet will be group number 2. Should be thinking about it, getting ready, heading up to the grid. Here come the kid cart. Main, 12 laps. They'll tell them to keep it slowed down. And they go green. We are racing first main of round number 3. The young guns, the future of the sport, the next generation. Chappie on the mic here, calling the action as always here at Adams for round number 3 action. Just starting the main as we said. It's a good clean start. Remember Adams Motorsports Park YouTube channel for all the racing action if you can't be here. First time into that tricky little Monza, the way it plays on the opposite direction. Here for round number 3, Jacob Martis, the 5. 13 is Garrison Correa. With Royce Bowie, the number 9 cart. Sebastian Stickles in the number 1 machine. The 96, Axel Hernandez. Ari Vandermoorn in the 88 cart. And Thimba Shianga Omani. 7 of them. Omani the 64. Jacob Martis will lead on lap number 1 in cart number 5. Got the best start of everybody. Correa right there, the 13, and Bowie in the 9. Stickles the number 1. As 2 of them just looking to pull out early. And that'll be Jacob Martis and Correa, the 5 and the 13. With 206 cadets to follow group number 2 up to the grid, 206 cadets. Remember the podium presentation to follow today's racing action. To watch your favorite drivers step up to the podium and collect the hardware. Just getting things started in the mains. 12 laps for the young guns of the sport. Correa running second was quickest so far, laying down the 5.918 on lap number 1. And looks to make a move on the outside. Martis slamming the door shut on a little Monza. So the 5 of Martis, Correa the 13. Good race there. Correa going to look down on the inside into that right-hander, but can't make the pass. And will stay behind the leader, right on the back bumper. Early on here, we got a good one. Marty's cart number 5. The 13 is Correa. With Royce in the number 9. Royce Bowie running the 3rd spot. Stickles 4th. No change there. 7 of them taking the green. 7 of them out on track. Early on in this one. With a spin there into that tricky right-hander. And one into the wall there at a little Monza. That one's been taking its toll on the carts today so far this afternoon. Yeah, and the driver's okay. Get you the cart number on that one momentarily. Correa makes the move and gets by Marty in that battle up front. So it was the 88 of Ari Vandermoorn. Stickles, the one, having issues. And the 96, Hernandez, Axel Hernandez. Korea out on the lead with 7 to go. Mardis runs in the number 2 position on the racetrack. And it's a 7.5 second advantage for the leader, Korea. Bowie runs 3rd in cart number 9. And then Omani, the 64 cart, into the 4th spot. Lap mains for the rest of the classes with 206 Cadet up next, followed by Junior 4 Cycle. As the field continues to spread out. Six to go, just past halfway. Korea with the advantage. The 13 cart, your leader. Kid cart's getting us started, a 12-lap main. Just under the 10 seconds the advantage. Korea out front. Running a good race, that 13 machine. Mardis also running a good one. In cart number 5, Bowie remains in 3rd in cart number 9. So Stickles will watch the rest of this one down there on the infield with Troy. Korea running a good one out on the lead with 3 to go next time over the start-finish line. Just getting started with group number 1, Kid Kart Main. After some great qualifying and racing so far in round number 3, A&P 4 Cycle League. And 206 Cadets up next. 206 Cadets. James Sullivan, report to the grid. James Sullivan, report to the grid. Korea continues out on the lead. 3 laps to go. Jacob Mardis in the number 2 spot. Bowie crossing the line in 3rd. then Omani, cart number 64. That's the top four in kid kart. Next time by, white flag for the leader. The 13, Garrison, Korea. And gets the white flag, 1 to go. So it's Korea leading the way, final lap. Mardis running second, and third is Bowie. Then Omani, the 64, in fourth. 88 of Vandermoorn. Then the 96, Hernandez, and of course, Sebastian Stickles, the number 1. Nicely done. First checkered in the mains on the day for kid karts for Garrison, Korea. Getting the win. Mardis for second and Bowie hanging on to third with Omani fourth and Vandermoorn fifth. 206 cadets. Maine is up next soon as we clear the track. Benjamin Monroy, the 193, Leah Trosian, Leland Danya, the 909. Emma Peters, 271. And the 19 will be Ezra Medina. Jameson, Korea, the 81 cart. The 11 is Ayrton Plan. Cash Hornsby, the 61. 63, Eva Tarosian. On row number 5, alongside Lucas Freitas Mello. Row 6, Jura Hingsler, the 37, with Mateo Gomez, the 44 cart. Fallon Jin, the 41. Christian Dingzian, the 15. Alan Brown, the 273. And Chase Rittering, the 256. 206 cadet final. Here we go, approaching the stripe. Green flag racing. Field flying into turn number 1, the left-hander on the opposite way Mary track layout here. 7/10 of a mile, 12 turns. Out of the sweeper, fighting for the lead. Now bus stop. And through the arriving drive, it's Benjamin Monroy. Monroy gets the whole shot advantage, a full field, making it through on lap number 1 through Little Monza. It's been a tricky left-hander today. Still fighting for position, lap number 1 behind the leaders. So a big pack of carts in that lead group as they start to settle into single file formation on the racetrack. Who will lead on lap number 1? It's Benjamin Monroy. Ezra Medina with a good start in second, the 19, the 93, Leah Tarosian. And Danya, the 909, in fifth, 271 is Peters. With Monroy looking to check out early, running all by himself out front. 7 carts, 8 carts in that pack behind the leader. If they work together, they can reel them in. Just getting things started with 13 to go when they cross the line. Monroy gets the quick lap and stays out front, trying to build on the lead. They're fighting for second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, everything happening behind Benjamin Monroy out front early. With Junior 4-cycle main up next. Junior 4-cycle main up next. Remember to register before you go home this afternoon, April 27th, Santa Maria race. Awesome track up there, Santa Maria kart track. Monroy continues to pull away. Medina, Tarosian, Dagnon, Peters, Correa, Ayrton Plan, and Eva Tarosian. Chase Rittering is all the way up in the 9th. Watch out for the 256 cart. Hard charging. Plenty of time left with 12 to go in a 15-lap main. '93 Leah Tarosian moving up. They're all trying to catch Monroy in the number one machine. Rocks the 0-1 on the plate of the kart. And has got this opposite way thing down here at Adams Motorsports Park. Just getting things started with our second main of the afternoon, round number 3, Junior 4 cycle to follow. Junior 4 cycle up to the grid. The leader through the bus stop. And Leah Tarosian is trying to reel in the leader, the biggest one making a move. And now slowly becoming a 2-kart race as Tarosian's really caught up to the leader. Just 1.3 seconds behind last time. It's going to be closer this time. And there it was for Tarosian, a 49.12, quickest of the race. And Benjamin Monroy has his hands full now with Tarosian right on the back bumper of the leader. And still 9 to go. Two-kart battle now. The big lead by Monroy has disappeared. Danyo runs third, Medina fourth, and Peters in the 5 spot. Correa back to 6. Ayrton Plan runs 7th. Eva Tarosian 8th. 9th is Ritterine. Gomez a 44 into the top 10. '93 at Tarosian gets in front of Monroy, using the lap traffic. Danyo third, Medina fourth, and Peters runs fifth. Tarosian, the '93, with 6 laps to go. Now 5 to go. The fight continues up for the big win with Tarosian and Monroy. Monroy getting hung up with some lap traffic. It allows Tarosian to get a little more distance. An advantage to the 93 of Leah Tarosian. It'll be 4 to go. With a 1.2 second advantage, turning the tables on the leader. Early leader of the race, Monroy. 2:06 cadet final on the racetrack. Junior 4 cycle up next. Tarosian running an amazing race here. The 93 just kept fighting, kept battling. Next time over the start-finish line, 2 to go. Tarosian just about a second advantage over Monroy now in the number 2 spot. Dondo runs 3rd. Peters has moved up to 4th. Correa up to 5th, and how about Chase Rittering up to 6th position on the racetrack in car number 256, a good run by Rittering. Eva Tarosian is 7th, Ayrton Plan 8th, and Ezra Medina 9th. No, Mello moves up into 9th with Gomez 10th and Medina now 11th. Two laps to go in this one, with Junior 4 cycle to follow. Awesome thumping and bumping and tires screeching as they head into that arrive and drive short straightaway in a Little Monza. That's been eating these carts up all afternoon long. On the final lap in this one, white flag out, 1 to go. To the checkered, it's Tarosian. Leah Tarosian gets it done over the early leader, Monroy. Ran a great race. Peters up for 3rd. Rittering fought all the way up to 4th. Great run by Rittering. Donio for 5th. Correa 6th. 7th is Eva Tarosian. 8th is Ayrton Plan. Lucas Freitas Mello for 9th. 10th is Gomez. Next up, Junior 4 cycle, 15-lap main. Here we go with Junior 4-cycle, race group 3. We need Senior, Pro, and Master, race group 4 to the grid. Brandon Chu in the 21. John McClellan, the 28. Xavier Gonzalez, the 4. 88 is Elijah Ariano. Joseph Guthrie, the 850. Roxy Reinl, the 51 cart. Jet Hingsler, the 9. Daniel Baihun, the 3. Matty Dragon from the back, the 24. Here we go, 15 laps to the line. They'll bring him back around one more time. No start. Chu, Gonzalez, and McClellan were quickest earlier. Looking for more of the same here as they had time to put in the right tune-up for the main. 15 laps, Junior 4-cycle, Group 3. We need Group 4 up to the grid. That's Senior, Pro, and Masters. Green flag racing. Junior 4-cycles underway into that left-hand turn, number 1. And now through the bus stop, the 21, Brandon Chu got the whole shot advantage over the 4 of Gonzalez. So a great start by Chu and got the early advantage. Leads on lap number 1, approaching Big Monza for the first of 15 times in this main for the Junior 4-cycle class. Chu, the leader over Gonzalez. John McClellan, the 28. Then Ariano, the 88. Got through the 850. Matty Dragon up 3, all the way up into 6th. Watch out for the 24 Dragon. Up that middle portion of the racetrack, pulling the Mary layout here, 7/10 of a mile, 12 turn layout here at Adams, running the opposite direction, counterclockwise. Just 3 laps into it with Chu out front of Gonzalez and Arellano. Gonzalez going quick last time through with the 46.953 lap time. Chu out front, kart number 21. And Gonzalez also best lap of the race. Chu got that early hole shot advantage. Now down through the S's and the sweeper underneath the pepper tree here at Adams. Chu sliding that thing through the bus stop. The quick left-right left-hander that'll set you up for Little Monza. And now into the tricky right-hander by Sandbox. Chu now with 10 to go. Leads them so far in this one after getting that early advantage. Got a great start as usual. Definitely seems to be quicker than Gonzalez and Arellano running second and third through the S portion underneath the palm trees on the backside. And Chu definitely, you can see as it definitely pulls away through that S section. Senior Pro and Master up next. Senior Pro and Master Main up next. This is the junior final. Here in round number 3 of the AMP 4-Cycle League. SoCal Sprinters. Chu now owns the bragging rights to quickest lap of the race and also leading the race. 1.6 second advantage over second place, Xavier Gonzalez. Elijah Arellano in the kart number 88 runs in third position on the racetrack. And it'll be halfway next time by. Halfway with 7 to go. It'll be 6 to go next time by for Brandon Chu. Trying to take him the distance. He's led half of this one. Gonzalez in the number 2 spot. And Elijah Arellano, kart number 88, runs third. Matty Dragan has jumped all the way up to 4th, running a good race in the 24. Figured that much out of that kart. Guthrie, the 850, runs 5th. John McClellan fell back to 6th. Roxy Reinl, the 51, in 7th. Jed Hinksler, the number 9, in 8th. And Daniel Bihun in the back of the field in kart number 3. 9 of them still on the racetrack. Brandon Chu. It'll be 4 to go. Next time by for the driver of the cart number 21 out on the lead. 4.5 second advantage. Quick lap of the race with a 4.672. Xavier Gonzalez running a strong second at cart number 4. Ariano the 88 in third. No change there. Dragon fourth. And Guthrie into the top 5. And Senior Pro and Master up next. Senior Pro and Master up next. They'll get the 2 to go time. 2 to go next time by. Uh-oh, and there's some smoke coming out. Up front of the leader. Can Chu last another 2 laps? There's something wrong with that cart. Smoke coming out the rear end out of the exhaust on the leader, the 21 Chu. And he's definitely slowing down. He's trying to rock that thing down the straightaway, all the help he can give it just to finish off 2 more laps. And here comes the rest of the field. Yellow comes out as one spins on the other side of the barrier in that tricky right-hander, and they get both carts well in the back of the field, back on track. And the 21 just lost at a little Monza, and that's going to be it. Chu pounds the steering wheel in disgust and frustration. And he's going to come up 2 laps short. A tough break for Brandon Chu. The heartbreak of racing led since they went green at 2 to go and lost power as they take a look at the engine on the 21 cart. That opens a door for Ariano, Elijah, Matty, Dragon, and Guthrie, 1, 2, 3, as Gonzalez had trouble and falls back to 4th position on the racetrack. White flag is out, 1 to go for Elijah Ariano, the 88. Oh, a tough break for the 21 at Chu. Got the whole shot. Could taste victory. It was oh so close, and with 2 to go is walking back to his pit area. I wouldn't want to be his steering wheel. He pounded that thing pretty hard about 9 times in frustration. You hate to see it, but Ariano will take advantage, grabs that checkered flag, and will get the points towards the championship. How about Matty Dragon from the back of the field, cart number 24, up into 2nd. Will grab that 2nd spot on the podium, and Xavier Gonzalez battles back for 3rd to grab the final spot on the podium. McClellan ends up fighting back for 4th. Guthrie 5th. Bayun in 6th spot. Roxy Reinl 7th. Brandon Chu ends up 8th with Hinksler in 9th. Some amazing races and incredible finishes this afternoon, and we still have 3 mains left to go on the day. In round number 3, it'll be Senior Pro and Master up next. Off the grid, onto the track. Track is hot with our next main 15 laps. It's Senior Pro and Masters running together. "15 laps as they'll get them side by side, slow them down. The Truth, Truly Adams, shown in the cart number 371 is James Sullivan. Up on the front row. Row 2 is Goncharco, the 67. And Young, the 333. Then it's Evan Gabato, the 487. At a big Monza now. The field set will look to go green. Green flag racing. Rest of the field next to Tahan in the number 7 is Calhoun, the 225. All right, they just made it official. Race officials were in my ear telling me that the shifter race has been bumped up to 20 laps in the main. So that last group, instead of 15, we'll get to see the shifters go 20 laps in the main. Hank Hogger is the 81 cart. Running with Stephen Hogger, his father, the 812. Hogger runs Masters, his dad. Kamari Calhoun, the 225. As Adams will lead. What's new on lap number 1? Lays down a 4.982. Might have quick lap time right there on lap number 1. No, not Adams. He'll continue to go faster. Goncharco with a good start as well, and the 67 got into second. Sullivan, the 71, is in third, and the 487 is Evan Gabato. Kenton Young, the 333, got a good start as well. He's up in the top 5. 14 total on track. And a good start overall for Adams, looking to pull away. As Calhoun, the 225, well behind the leaders, and that's actually the 47 of Adams. They're not getting the numbers right and scoring, and big contact at a little Monza there. A huge hit. Both cars getting air as they got tangled. And we'll get you those numbers right away. As the driver coming over and making sure to check on the other driver. As soon as we get you those numbers, we'll let you know. As the rest of the field will come by, led by Adams, the 47, not the number 3. '67's Goncharco, Evan Gabato, the 487. Chernock into the top 10 and the 92 in the back of the pack. Some good racing going on behind the leaders as well. In a 15-lap main, 11 to go in this one.
47, the truth out front. Truly Adams takes a look over his right shoulder. For Goncharko is about 1.5 seconds behind him. It'll be 10 to go when they cross the start-finish line. Senior Pro and Master Final. Mini shifter to the grid. Mini shifter to the grid. Junior Senior Master Shifter. The final race will go 20 laps instead of 15. So Calhoun had some trouble, was involved in that tangle up with the 225, Gabato the 25, and the 555 of Alexandro Vioma getting the worst of it. As Little Monza has caused some issues throughout the whole afternoon out there today. Triple five Vielma back on track, was tangled up. One of those carts tangled up at a Little Monza back. Going to try to finish this race off. As Adams continues out on the lead, a 3.3 second advantage over Dominic Goncharko and Evan Gabato in the 487. As it'll be 8 to go next time by. So just about halfway done with this one. Senior, Pro, and Masters. Both classes out there running simultaneously. With 2 races to go on round number 3, and on the day after this one, Mini Shifter, Junior, Senior, Master Shifter. Adams just out there for a nice little Saturday cruise at his home track now. Knows every inch of this facility. Doesn't matter if he goes counterclockwise or clockwise. He grew up racing here with one of the best coaches around, his father, Troy Adams. Of course, Troy runs a coaching operation out of Adams, so you can definitely learn how to kart and learn how to improve your karting skills and your racecraft. Adams with a 4.4 second advantage on the racetrack over Goncharko. Evan Gabato runs third, no change there. The 333 is Kenton Young in fourth. Nick Chernock to fifth, up 2 in this one. Sullivan falls back to 6th. Stephen Hogger running a good one, leading the Masters division and running 7th overall. 6 laps to go next time by, just past halfway. Sullivan going the wrong direction, falls back to 8th, was up front early. With Hogger moving up to 6th overall and leading the Masters class. A good run by Stephen Hogger. Kart number 812, a good run there in the main, saving the best for last. Mini Shifter up next. Mini Shifter main will be 15 laps. 5 laps to go in this one. So a tough break there as Goncharko shown as the new leader, as unfortunately Adams gets tangled up with another cart out of Big Monza. We couldn't see it behind the tree, but the local yellow comes out. Adams' day is done. That's the second time we've seen a leader with just a few laps to go. And Adams is still looking at that cart to see what happened. It looks like it just came back to life. And he's back on track. Wow, tough break there. So Goncharko will take advantage and be the new leader with 3 to go. Kenton Young moves up into the number 2 spot. And Nick Chernock moves up to 3rd. Stephen Hager in Masters is running 4th overall. Dominic Goncharko with 2 to go. Oh, and a big battle here with 3 of them. Gonna fight this one out. Goncharko, Young, and Chernock. Into the right-hander by Sandbox, now at the middle portion of the racetrack. Anybody's race of those 3 with 2 laps to go. White flag coming out. Out of Big Monza they go. You could cover those 3 with a blanket. White flag, 1 to go. 67, Dominic Goncharko. Young, the 333, and the 92 is Chernock. Last time through the bus stop for Goncharko. Unofficial wild finish for Goncharko. Scoring is the 67. Chernock, the 92, and the 333 of Young. Another wild race. Senior Pro and Master Final. Manning, the 107 for 4th. How about Hager, 5th overall, taking the Masters. In another wild race. So Mini Shifter going 15 up next, and Junior, Senior, and Master Shifter, they'll up it to 20 laps for the final race of the day. 2 more to go in round number 3. mini shifters on the racetrack. Two of them today with Daño and Hernandez. The next generation drivers out here. Four-Cycle League, a great family atmosphere out here at Adams. Remember, April 27th, we'll be up at Santa Maria Kart Track. Beautiful facility up there at Santa Maria Airport. Final two races here at Adams for round number 3. Make sure no fuel, oil, or tires, anything like that, to be left here at the racetrack. You need to take those things home and dispose of. Green flag racing here for the shifters. Had one have trouble getting off the launching pad. And we'll get a little help from the starter with a push start. 15 laps for the mini shifter main, junior FZ 85. Senior 125 and Master 125 shifter. Final race of the day to the grid. And we'll give you 5 extra laps. You're going 20 instead of 15. So one of our shifters that had trouble on the start needs another push over there by the bus stop and gets it back running. So Leland Daño out there on the front end, just two of them running in the Mini FZ 65 shifter final. Good way to get your young racers started, the factory American-made karts. And get started in a shifter. 65cc machines. 733 is Daño. And Anakin Hernandez, our second kart out there, had trouble at the start, but running some laps now, well behind the leader, shown as the 733 on the kart, 7 in scoring. Just two of them out there on the racetrack in our mini shifter class. Stick around for our podium presentation, as always, just as soon as all the results are official, and join us at the podium as we hand out the hardware. And watch your favorite driver or drivers take some pictures and collect the trophies. Also, make sure you get those transponders turned in before you leave this afternoon. Turn in your transponders before you leave this afternoon. All right, now we got it right at scoring. So Daño 733, 723 Hernandez. For our shifters, Adams Motorsports Park on the YouTube with the voice of the Four-Cycle AMP League schedule and Adams Motorsports Park. Yours truly, Chappie on the mic, calling the action. It's been a pleasure. 45-second lap times for the mini shifters, so they lay them down. As there'll be 9 to go. Approaching halfway, couple laps. Junior, senior, master shifter to the grid. You're the final race of the afternoon. Dano and Hernandez, our 2 mini shifters. 6 laps to go, and they cross the start-finish line in this one just past the halfway point for our mini FZ65 shifter final. These two scaring away all the competition. Just 2 of them coming out to run in round number 3 this afternoon. .733 of Leyland Dano out front. Of Anakin Hernandez, our 2 mini shifters, the 723 entry. And of course, our last race of round number 3 ready to go up on the grid. That's our junior, senior, and master shifters. And instead of 15, they're going 20 big laps for their main. Both of these young drivers starting to get the feel for the mini shifters as they work their way around this difficult layout and this difficult racetrack. They say if you can win at Adams, you can win anywhere. Three to go. Next time by for the mini shifters. 3 to go. At a big Monza for the leader, and that'll be 2 to go for Leland Dagno, the 7:33 machine. As the mini shifters will wrap up the final 2 laps in this one. And now the last lap for the mini shifters. Leland Dagno putting on a show. Cart number 733. As they'll wrap this one up with a checkered flag. Crossing the line, and Dagno gets it done in mini shifter with the win. And we'll be back for a 20-lap main, the final race of round number 3. Here at Adams, Junior FZ85, Senior 125, and Master 125 shifter. Remember, get those transponders turned in before you leave the track this afternoon. Get those transponders turned in. Also, no fuel, oil, tires to be left here at the racetrack. You must take those items home and dispose of properly. And make sure you join us for the podium presentation as we'll hand out the hardware to today's podium winners for round number 3. All right, Adam shown in the 187. It's Matthew McCoy in cart number 2 is the Shifters up on row number 1. Then it's Canona's the 305 and the 424 of Gaddis. Julie Villery, the 395, 331 of Roleckenbill on row 3. Row 4 is Larry Hernandez alongside Brandon Chu, the 521. Matthew Reinl, the 577. On row 5 alongside Betty Schmidt. And in the back, row 6 all alone is John McClellan. Watch John from the back. Looking to be hard charger. The RPMs come up, the visors go down, and we're racing. Green flag, the final race around number 3 at Adams. And Adams gets the whole shot over McCoy. Good start for the Shifters. They'll go 20 laps instead of the 15. Gave them an extra 5. I don't think Adams will need it. He looked shot out of a cannon. Another rocket ship start. For the next generation Adams driver in motorsports. The truly Adams. McCoy with a good start in second. And Matthew McCoy running in second. Canones for third early on in this one. And Julian Villery, a good start as well in cart number 395. Cole Gaddis a 424 into the top 5 early. Adams looking to take him the distance, but he thought that last time too, had the issues. He's driving multi-classes today. Matthew McCoy continues running second. Adams laying down the quick lap time, going purple with a 41.15. He's quickest of all the shifters on the racetrack. We've got 11 of them out there. Gaddis had issues and is now running 11th, not where he wanted to be. Luckenbill moves up in the 331 into the top 5. Hernandez is 6th. Reinl, the 577, is 7th. John McClellan has moved up to 8th from the back. Chu, the 521, is 9th. And Betty Schmidt, the 523, runs in the top 10. McClellan continues his charge up into 7th on the overall now. McCoy still trying to chase down the leader, Adams. And he's 2.8 seconds behind the leader. And there's still plenty of time in this final race of the day. They put it at 20 laps, and there's 14 laps to go in this one. 41.02 second, the quick lap time in this one by Adams. It's Quinones running a hard-fought third, looking for that final spot on the podium. And then it's Villery running in fourth with Luckenbill in the fifth spot. Adams out front of Matthew McCoy, Luis Quinones, Villery running fourth, Luckenbill in fifth, Hernandez back to sixth with McClellan seventh, then Matthew Reinl, Brandon Chu, Betty Schmidt, and Gaddis in the back. 11 of them taking the green and 11 of them still running. It'll be 10 laps to go next time over the stripe. Halfway home in this one. The 347, the truth, Truly Adams looking to get it done. He's halfway there. Just past halfway. Adams, McCoy, Quinones. There's no change up on that front three. There's no change in the whole running order down through 11. Was expecting McClellan to get a little more positions out of it, but there's still time with 9 to go. McClellan currently runs in 7th. Also, Chu stuck there back in the 9th spot for Brandon Chu. Shifters all spread out. McCoy running 4.4 seconds behind the leader, Adams. And McCoy's got to be getting frustrated with finishing second to Adams out here in the shifter class. Had a top 5 finish at the Pro Tour in Vegas last weekend. So you can catch McCoy on the national level as well as Adams. Villery runs 4th behind Quinones with Luckenbill in 5th. McClellan up to 6th. Reinl 7th with Hernandez falling back to 8th on the racetrack. So a couple of positions mid-pack behind the leaders last time around, as it'll be 5 laps to go next time by. Final 5 laps of the day as the shifters wrap this one up. Adams is going to be 3 laps away from getting it done this time. And you'd rather break in a heat race than you would ever want to break in a main. Still 3 big important laps to finish this one off. He's got a 5.5 second advantage over second place Matthew McCoy. Quinones has run third this entire race, with Villery in the 4th spot. John McClellan is all the way up into 5th. Hard charging. They get the 2 to go sign, the final 2 laps of round number 3. Adams looking to get it done. McCoy made up a little bit, about the same. No, he didn't. 4.5 seconds with 2 laps to go. And now the white flag is out, 1 to go. White flag out for the leaders, 1 to go. Checkered flag. Adams gets the win and gets it done in shifters. Matt McCoy for second. Luis Quinones for third in the final spot on the podium. Villery for 4th. And John McClellan hard charging up into the top 5. Reinl for 6th, Luckenbill for 7th, Hernandez 8th, Brandon Chu 9th, then Betty Schmidt and Cole Gaddis in the back of the field. They'll clear the track. It'll be our podium presentation coming up next for Adams Motorsports Park and the whole crew. My name's Chappie, and we'll see you at the track. Once again, join us at the podium presentation just as soon as the results are official. Give